Hello, fellow drifters. Welcome to Exodus TCG Gen Con Online 2020, Day 4. As we play our draft tournament, our second of the weekend today. This is, of course, your commentator, Roland Wright, here to be commentating the event all day. And for this draft tournament, we will have 7 players participating. It will be a 3-round tournament, 0 eliminations. Players, once again, as before, will be receiving 4 booster packs sent to them for participating, as well as any secret rares and rare energies that they pull from their draft packs digitally. And what's amazing is Existence Games has not only made it so that there's a guaranteed rare in each pack, but each player is guaranteed to pull a secret rare today. Normally, secret rares tremendously rare. Today, exclusively, they will be 1 in every 4 booster packs, which is incredible. So each of these participating drifters will be going home with a secret rare in their pocket. In the meantime, I'm really excited for what we get to watch today, as we have more players than we did on the first draft, which is awesome. I'm sure that increased secret rare chance definitely pulled in a lot of interest. Thank all of you for joining me today. If you're watching this stream post-mortem on YouTube, welcome. I hope you enjoy the video. Always remember to like and subscribe to Existence Games so they may continue to put out this content for you, and hopefully we can do more of these live tournaments in the future, especially as the pandemic has forced us to kind of all adapt to what and how we consume trading card games. I am, of course, really excited to see what these drifters play, and if you're wondering, this will be set 5, the dimension that disappeared, that they will be drafting from. Once again, we will have an exclusive look at each of their hands as they draft their cards, but I did remind the players, that if they wish to hide their draft cards, they can flip them face down. But this stream is on a severe delay, which will provide some security. They've also been reminded not to view the stream during the draft phase. But, we do the best we can do. In the meantime, Existence Games will be providing me the names of these players shortly, and I'll read those off to you. But in the meantime, what do you say we take a look at some set 6 cards once again? I have posted these on my YouTube channel, which is Roland Wright with a W. However, I think it may be worth discussing them today, just for some fun, just a little on-stream discussion. In case you missed it, set 6 will be introducing a brand new creature type, or card type and creature type, technically, which was really exciting to see. That's going to be coming on screen now, and that was Drifter cards will be coming to the game. Drifter cards exclusively usable if you're playing the Archive Guild, and they represent essentially your avatar. They give you a special ability that you'll be able to use throughout the game, but instead of attacking directly, players are attempting to attack the Drifter. And the Drifter will be summoning creatures on top of it to represent its ability to shapeshift. However, when playing a Drifter Archive deck, you are unable to use creatures besides Archive creatures. You're forced to only use Archive creatures, and those Archive creatures can only be played by going on top of the Drifter. They cannot go on blank piles of energy, which means the Drifter deck is going to be very unique. Each creature played on top of the Drifter also contributes its special ability to the player, which means you're kind of forming this weird amalgam of abilities. It's really quite fascinating. It's going to be an exciting new way to play the game for people interested. And as you can see on screen right now, we have Archivist Maven. One of the drifters revealed has the ability that once per turn you can move an energy in place somewhere else on the same side of the field. Really fun ability. It lets you snipe out low energy creatures or help buff yourself up. And let's take a quick peek at maybe an archive creature here. Once again, if you haven't already seen these are available in the Exodus TCG magazine. I believe it was volume 4. Here is another archive creature. I believe this one is called Tala. This is a archive creature. Of course, it also has the Drifter subtype as well. His ability, DNA Halt, can only be played on top of a Drifter. And while this creature is in play, non-archive creatures cannot attack on the turn they are summoned, effectively giving their opponent summoning sickness, unless it's a mirror match, of course. Really cool card. I'm curious to see if players running this archetype decide to run chains or not, because Tala effectively serves as an artificial version of chains and some kind of attack mitigation. Really gorgeous artwork too, of course, by Tanatola, one of the artists in Exodus that has done quite a lot of work, especially in both sets 5 and 6. Great job by them. Maybe we could take a peek at a Symmetry card for the Archive Guild. We have the Great Archive. This is a 3-part card. They all do the same thing, which is they search your deck or graveyard for an archive creature, add it to hand, and then shuffle. And then it remains in play afterwards, and if all 3 versions of the card get played, a very powerful effect resolves for the Drifter player. Really exciting. You might use this to pull out Tala early on to help give you some kind of defensibility. But yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of players who are exceptionally excited to participate in the set 6 card, or sorry, not participate, but to get their hands on set 6 cards. That'll of course be adding in the Archive Guild next year. You can expect that, I think, sometime around August 2021. Additionally, we've also discussed the second guild that's going to be added in that set, which is, oh boy, my personal favorite, the Machine Guild will be making its debut with its new mechanic called Rebuild, which allows machine creatures to rebuild into other machine creatures, which will trigger various different effects. As you can see on screen, we have Insatiable Abysm. When it battles and survives, you may rebuild it into another machine creature, and if you do, it regains the energy it lost during the battle. Really, really cool. Now, if you're curious why the current delay, we actually have a late entry. An 8th player will be joining us today, and they're currently getting set up, which is why this might start a little later. I believe 8 will be our record. We had 7 on day 1, 4 on day 2. Technically 5 yesterday, and now we have eventually 8. Those players will be Dan, Phoenix, Zach, Nick, Brian, Alex, Ryan, and Ed. And a lot of these are returning players. I believe Dan is the only new player to the Gen Con tournaments. We've seen Nick and his father Ryan participate, and I believe all three previous events. Phoenix, of course, participated in the first draft. Zach and Alex, I believe, have participated in a mix of tournaments here. believe maybe the constructeds. I'm not sure if they did on the first draft. Brian also returning from the first draft as well. And Ed returning from yesterday. And in case you're curious, Ed won day 3, the second constructed tournament. Nick won day 2, the first draft tournament. And Alex won day 1, the first constructed tournament. So we have 3 champions, all of them here today. Give them their own little round of applause as they each return, hoping to take today's draft championship. Today will be a single draft pod of 8 players. They will each be receiving 4 packs, 5 cards per pack, each pack guaranteed a rare, but 1 pack guaranteed a secret rare. So every player will be pulling a secret rare today, and as a reminder, they will be getting those shipped to them physically, which is super exciting, as well as any rare energy cards. And of course, this tournament is worth 3 times the normal organized play points. The draft round will be on table 1, so we'll be able to see all players drafting. Deck building will be for a few minutes afterwards. Sideboarding, once again, will be allowed between matches. Matches will be played as a best 2 of 3 with 3 rounds in a Swiss tournament. Players currently joining the room shortly. In the meantime, let's say we look at some additional machine cards. Yesterday, if you recall, we did talk about the Leviathans. Maybe we'll talk about them a little bit more today, but for now, let's look at some of the other guilds. We have a symmetry card from Machine that is, I believe, going to be very critical to their success. That's going to be Canyon of Secrets. Target one of your machines in play and rebuild it, even if it and the rebuild target have already been rebuilt this turn. So this is really important because normally if a machine creature rebuilds, you cannot rebuild that creature again for the remainder of the turn. And that's by name. So Machine Guild, you don't really want to run duplicates for that reason. Because it looks at the name of the creature, not the specific card itself. Canyon of Secrets, however, says, ignoring both of those elements. That creature can be rebuilt, and you could do it at any moment, potentially triggering some powerful rebuild effects. I think Canyon of Secrets is a must-have, probably for nearly all machine decks. Now, let's say we move on to the third guild that was released. Another really exciting addition to the game. And that one is going to be Hailfire Creatures. Hailfire Creatures will be joining the game as an official guild. They've already been in the game, of course, but not as a official guild with their own mechanics. And you'll see here, this is a common creature, but it actually has an ability called Ignite and Burst, and this is what you're going to see on, I believe, all of the Hellfire creatures added in this set 6. Once again, coming next year. Ignite, meaning when you summon the creature from your hand, if the previous creature you played that turn was of a different rarity, then this creature becomes ignited, which is essentially a status effect. And Burst, meaning that whenever a creature attack, or no, I think actually at any time, you may trigger a burst. That requires that you destroy another card that you have that's ignited, and then the bursting creature will deal additional damage equal to the number of remaining ignited creatures in play. May seem quite complex, and it kind of is, but it's a very powerful chain reaction type of mechanic, utilized in a lot of really cool ways. We can see that represented here with Vengeance Behemoth. If you've triggered a burst this turn, you can discard this card from hand to destroy a symmetry in play. Very cool hand trick creature Really like it. It definitely motivates you to trigger a burst. And then you can use this to counter some symmetry play. Gorgeous artwork as well by another returning artist, Tommy. And yeah, the Hellfire Guild looking to be probably one of the more complex guilds in the game, but also one of the most exciting, as is the Archive. And I think, quite honestly, Machine seems to be a very exciting guild as well. Currently, judges are still setting up the game as they're trying to generate the draft pack for the player who entered in last minute. And as before, we will likely be watching a game on table 1. And then if that game ends prematurely, we will go and view games on other tables as needed. I will return in a few minutes once these players are ready to go. See you all soon. right, players. Rather, drifters. Fellow drifters. Looks like the draft will be underway. I will be bringing you in here now, and let's see if we can figure out whom is who. Alright, and the bottom right, white player looks to be Zach. Next to them, brown player looks to be Nick in the middle. And then next to them, red player, I believe, is Phoenix. Let me just confirm that. No, that is actually Dan. Dan is red player. Next to them, orange player will be Alex. Above them, yellow player, this will be Brian. Green player will be Phoenix. Light blue player will be, or rather maybe that's teal. Teal player will be Ed. And then lastly, blue player will be Ryan. So to reiterate, bottom right here we have Zach, followed by Nick, Dan, Alex, Brian, Phoenix, Ed, and then Ryan. Each player was given 4 draft packs. They will, if you're not familiar with the draft, each player will pick up one of those packs of 5 cards. They will choose 1 card to keep, putting it into their hand, and they'll pass the remaining 4 cards to either their left or right, depending on which way the judges want the flow of the packs to go. Then the next player will pick up that 4 cards, choose 1, put that in their hand, pass the remaining 3 to the person to their left or right. That player will then pick up 1, keep it, and so on. That process repeats until there's no cards left to choose from, at which case players will pick up the next pack, choose 1, and then they'll pass it to the opposite direction than the previous pack. So if the previous pack went clockwise, the second pack will go counterclockwise. Players will do this until they've drafted a total of 20 cards. Now, I'm going to ask the judges if there will be promos today. We'll find out. Each player now looking at their first pack. They will choose what they want. And it looks like they are going to be passing clockwise. We see we see Nick choosing an Ashen Aftermath here. Meanwhile, all these players unfortunately opting to keep their cards hidden. Ryan also revealing his card for us to see. I did give the players the option. I told them if they wanted to play with their card hidden or not, it was up to them. I didn't expect nearly all of them to do that. Alright, anyway, meanwhile, we'll keep in mind. So we see some good cards here. Nick with the Ashen Aftermath, that paid off for him big time. I know at least it paid off for some players big time in the first draft tournament. Cards through the Maniacal Madness, not a terrible draft card. Now, interestingly enough, this implies that Nick did not want the rare in his pack. His Ashen Aftermath isn't uncommon. Also, looks like Brian in the same boat picks up a Dimensional Rupture. Not really a great draft card, and it's a common. I wonder what his rare was. It must have been very specific, and he realized it just wasn't worth it. Once again, players are passing to their left, I believe. Unsure how. We have 2 cards here on the side of Dan. I think they're trying to figure that out. Yeah, it looks like some players may be going a little faster than intended. And they'll be figuring that out right now. Typically, you cannot pick up the next pack until after everybody is ready. There will be promos given to players. Yeah, it looks like they're fixing that now. It looks like Dan accidentally grabbed a card from one of his other packs. Meanwhile, we see Ryan picking up a Sandblasted Source that has definitely seen a lot of really well done play in the draft tournament. Sandblasted Source, great draft card. Brian also picking up a Dead of Night, another pretty good draft card as well. Serves both defensively and offensively. Looks like there may be some confusion there as to who's picking up what pack. There we go. Players on to their next card. Interesting, Nick picking up 2 Guild Leader Symposiums. Really good card, has paid off for a lot of players in the first day of draft. Guild Leader Symposium, really strong draft card as it allows a player on their turn 1 to potentially get 2 energy ahead of their opponent. We see his father, Ryan, also picking up a Guild Leader Symposium. And meanwhile, we see Brian picking up a Red Eye Flight, very similar to Dead of Night. Both cards great at shutting down afterthoughts that Brian may face, but also good at energy management. Notably though, Brian not picking up any rares, just has 3 common cards in hand. Players passing their cards along. Looks like Nick's picked up a Project Oblivion. Pretty decent card in draft as it allows you to have a really strong push on your turn. But because it's draft, you don't have any way to actually remove those energy from your opponent's hand. So it's mostly just as an offensive tool. Brian opting to pick up a second Dimensional Rupture. Looks like players moving pretty fast. Decaying Desert Rose on the side of Ryan. Violet Vividicta over on Brian's side of things. And a Waterfall Evorgnam for Nick. Nick also running a Cavernous Scrap Hollow here. Phoenix revealing his hand here. He has 3 Project Oblivions. That means he'll get a replacement card at random when the deck build comes out. We also see Mechanical Hallucination, really strong draft card. Over on the side of Ryan, we see another Sandblasted Source get added. Really powerful card in draft. And a Lucia Leavdras. Interesting choice. I wonder if we're going to see him pick up a Cryogenic Criterion. Maybe a Quadrivial. We see a Secret Rare Vernigus pulled in Brian's second pack. I'm sure he is excited about that. Not a super useful draft card, but it might pay off. We also see a Chronic Collision in his hand. Meanwhile, Nick looks like, I'm not sure he's picked up another card yet. We see a Rosebound Deterrence over here in Zach's hand, and a Slithering Alter Shade over by Ed. Not sure what this blank card is. Frigid Lightning Well on the side of Phoenix. Mostly just exists as a punchy card. Red Eye Flight again picked up by Brian, so he has 2 of them now. Not sure why. Is Nick at 6 cards here? Yeah, looks like they're all... No, they're at 7. Looks like Nick may be a card behind in some way. I'm not sure what these cards are in the center of play. Looks like 6 cards here on the side of Alex. Did I count these wrong? How does some players have 6? Oh, someone accidentally dealt a card to everyone, having them put it out on the middle of the table. Judge will be switching with me for GM so they can help fix this issue. In the meantime, it looks like we're going to see some really strong decks here. I think players that participated in the first draft have a really good idea of what works and what doesn't. I mean, that's the thing. You really don't... You could take a guess, but sometimes you'll be surprised with the performance of a card. Guild Leader Symposium turns out to be a very strong, almost like a replacement to Glimpse in these draft tournaments. Meanwhile, they're still trying to figure out how to fix the fact that someone accidentally dealt a card out to everybody. Go ahead and let the judge know that both Brian and Ryan are at 7 cards in hand, everyone else at 6. Now, with Brian pulling that Vernigus, I wonder if we might see him try to build some kind of chrono synergy here, maybe with something like a Dimension in Ruin or Madness Settles. Those could end up being really powerful with the Vernigus, but unfortunately both also are a rare card. In the meantime, those of you in the chat, I thank you for joining us. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I'll be happy to answer. We also have Exodus, one of the creators of Exodus TCG, in the chat as well. If you have any personal questions, feel free to ask her as well. She did design a card in both set 3 and set 5, or not design, but illustrate as well. Sorry, I keep saying as well. Set 3, 4, and 5. Set 3, she of course illustrated Sierras, the Liquidescent Icicle. Set 4, she illustrated Paladin's Parable, and set 5, she illustrated Vancier. Can't help but wonder what she may have illustrated for set 6. Really excited to see that. She has a beautiful art style, of course, as we all know by now. And as a reminder, a lot of these players have not really used Tabletop Simulator before, and there's a lot of room for potential confusion if players aren't paying attention. In this case, someone accidentally dealing out a card. Requires a lot to kind of fix that. But as like I mentioned at the start of the stream, we all are kind of forced to adapt to the current state of the world, so we're doing our best. It's obviously very difficult to try to repair the draft state when all the cards are hidden. You, of course, also have to kind of operate under the, with some trust that a player will be honest with what they're potentially returning to you or what not. We see a card get yeeted off screen. Looks like draft may be resuming now. Fractured Portals added into the hand of Ryan. Meanwhile, a Steam Shaft Eidolon on the side of Phoenix. Eroda picked up by Ryan. That could be a pretty scary draft card. Of course, a Devour would make it even stronger, but that's the thing about Eroda. In this draft, there's no hard creature removal. There's no way to just destroy an entire pile with the creature on it. So if Eroda hits board, he is a huge body to block against. I believe Sandblast's Source also allows him to add energy to that Eroda beneath the deck if he wants. Looks like players, are passing their cards along to the right now. Once again, to reiterate, pack 1 was clockwise, so pack 2 counterclockwise. Yeah, it looks like everybody is about on the same footing here. There's pulling in their cards. Of course, it's no coincidence that 3 of the most competitive Exodus TCG players opting to keep all their cards hidden. Now, let's see. What did... Brian picked up a Chronic Collision. We've seen that card kind of struggle to have a lot of use in draft play, but maybe he'll be able to make it work, especially with that Eroda. Eventide Sword on the side of Phoenix. That could be a pretty strong card. There's not a lot of symmetry denial in set 5. In fact, there's almost none, so Eventide Sword certainly going to be a useful card for him to run, especially for that extra 1 damage if needed. Anthem of Humanity picked up by Brian, and a Frozen Fortitude with a loose... Oh, no, sorry, I got confused. It's a Dead of Night. It's like, with a Lucia, that'd be really solid. Another tarnished wood cypress picked up over here. It looks like he's collecting some trees for Nick's side of the field and a cryogenic. Oh, and a crocoite creation. Players moving on to their third draft. We haven't seen the secret rares yet for Phoenix, Ryan, and Nick. I'm sure we're going to be seeing them soon. I wouldn't be surprised if Ed, Alex, Dan, and Zach have already pulled theirs. And of course, there's the Vernegis over here for Brian. Kyle Shermis and Naroda's Descendants picked up. And there's the secret rare Cold Crux for Ryan. That's going to actually be very useful in this game. Unfortunately, though, that means he will not see a Devour, most likely. A player may pull Devour and opt to pass it just because they don't have a Rhoda, or they may keep it just so they have a secret rare in their collection. But Cold Crux is a pretty solid card. He could freeze a big pile of energy, and he could even target himself for that Lucia Leavdross that we know he has. Meanwhile, Phoenix picking up a Time Glypha. Not tremendously helpful in draft as there's no cards that bounce creatures to hand, but he can still surprise his opponent with it if he plays it correctly. And he could maybe use it to change up the phases if he really needs to. Meanwhile, we still don't see a secret rare for Nick just yet. Flashfire picked up by Brian. That's a really good pick and draft. Very powerful. He could use Flashfire to attack, which will generate an energy, and then have Vernegis steal Flashfire's ability to also attack and generate an energy. So you can have quite a couple of interesting play options available to him there. Still no SR on the side of Nick. Infected Vanadinite Lancer added to hand, as well as an Anthem of Humanity. At this point, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for me to figure out which cards are being added without going through every single one. But we have primarily seen the secret rares for all these players with the exception of Nick. I'm really curious to see if someone might pass along a Devourer, but being that players are being sent physical copies of any secret rares they pull, I wouldn't be surprised if the Devourer gets grabbed by someone, even if they don't have an Aroda. Aroda's Descendants, though, can still be used to quickly get out Ryan's Aroda card, so there is certainly some use there for him. Unfortunately, it cannot be used if Anathema has been played, so he has to be wary of that. There's passing their third pack along. It's slowly running out. Nick adding an Anthem of Humanity to his hand again. Looks like there may be two Frozen Fortitudes over here. Brian's hand. Picks up a Shardwood Amalgamation. Interesting card. He can combine that with his Frozen Fortitude. Whenever Shardwood Amalgamation attacks or is attacked, he has no way to reveal it, but he can certainly use those Frozen Fortitudes to permanently freeze a pile on his opponent's side of the field. That's going to be pretty devastating. Chronic Collision forcefully picked up here by Ryan, as well as a Royal Duck. Nothing else too spectacular. Waterfall Hydra picked up on the side of Nick. And And Dimensional Rupture for Brian. Another one, which means I think that's his third, so he'll be given a replacement card at random. Alright. This last pack should have Nick's Secret Rare in it. I'm sure that'll be his very first pick. Let's see what it is. Devourer of Dimensions is picked up by Nick here. Ooh, Ryan, his own father. Fortunately, looking for that Devourer, won't be able to get it. Nick, unable to play this card since he does not have a Rhoda in his deck. Nonetheless, still picks it up because it is, at the end of the day, a secret rare. That is a slight disadvantage to Nick, having a secret rare that you can't use. Meanwhile, we have a Cold Crux that can be used quite nicely by Ryan. Brian's Vernigus also can be used to some effect. Time Glypha also can be used to some modest effect. The big ones here are going to be the Harrowing Haunt and Desecrated Shipwrecks, which most likely one of these four hidden players picked up. Someone most likely also has the Vancier. It kind of seems like we may have one of each secret rare. So we're looking for the Desecrated, Harrowing, Vancier to be among these four. And then of course the Anathema, which is a really big pickup, which I've been informed that Ed, this player up here, has drawn the Anathema, which means, well, first off, that's a tremendously powerful card in draft. I mean, ridiculously strong. It's going to give him a huge advantage here. But meanwhile, Desecrated and Harrowing, also great cards in a draft, which one of these three players will have one, the other has the other, and then the third will have a Vancier, which is much less useful in a draft, but still secret rare nonetheless. And they're all currently just picking up their final cards. It'll be very difficult for me to see those remaining cards. So let's go ahead and shift back into spectator mode going forward. So let me go ahead and hide screen just for one moment as I switch back into spectator mode. And with this, players will soon be entering the deck building phase, in which case they will each be given a couple of minutes to build a minimum 20 card deck. There is no maximum. They're going to be given some promo cards to also use in that deck building. I'm not sure if it's going to be the same 4 promo cards we saw on draft day 1. Those cards were Rebecca, Siphon from Thoughts, I'm blanking on the one uncommon symmetry card. Mysterious Bosk, that's what it was. And then the Eventide's Ordinance. I think with the exception of Rebecca, the other 3 did see quite a bit of play, and they were all very powerful. Oh, actually, the Eventide's Ordinance we actually didn't get to see utilized very well, unfortunately, even though there was one player who tried. Players have completed their deck building. Or sorry, not deck building, their draft. The draft round will now be concluded as they each go into deck building and will be given their promo cards. Let's see if we're told or shown what those promos may be. It looks like the draft card's now visible. Glistening Undergrove available today. I'm not sure if that was available on Friday. Very powerful card. I'd be shocked if that wasn't used. It looks like Duality Sapling also being used today. Pretty cool card. Certainly something that players may want to include in their deck. And of course we see the Rebecca, Siphon, Ordnance, and Mysterious Bosk all being brought in once again. I suspect we'll see Duality Sapling used by almost all these players, as well as Siphon, Glistening, and Bosk. There's really no reason not to, but Rebecca and even Tide Ordnance are both significantly more niche cards. You really need to be building your deck around their use. So we probably won't really see much play from them today, but you never know, we could be surprised. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and raise the music, and you guys can watch as these players build their decks for the next couple of minutes. I'll be back once the first round is ready to begin. See you soon, Drifters.
with the edges. I just wanna vibe right now, right now. Vibe right now, right now, right now. In the sky with the edges. you can't escape it. I'll sing you the sweet taste into my heart. On you can't escape it. I'll sing you the sweet taste into my heart. On you can't escape it.
Alright, fellow drifters. It's about time for round one. I apologize for the delay, as these Existence games worked really hard to set up all of the players with their respective decks and send them off into different rooms. Now I'm going to go ahead and announce pairings for you now as I bring you into Tabletop Simulator. Round one, we're going to have Dan versus Alex, Zach versus Ryan, Phoenix versus Ed, and Nick versus Brian. And I believe we're currently on table one, which will have Zach versus Ryan and Alex versus Dan. Dan will be the red player, and over here, Alex, green player. Ryan is the blue player, and Zach is the white player. Currently determining who I'll be watching. Looks like I will indeed be watching Zach versus Ryan over here. Once again, that's going to be Zach in the top, Ryan down here in blue on the bottom. As we go into round one of this draft tournament for day two. Now, if I recall, Ryan did pull into a Cold Crux during the draft phase, but we never really saw what Zach pulled. We know it could be a Vancier, Harrowing, or a Desecrated. Desecrated and Harrowing would be both great draft cards. Vancier a little bit more tricky to benefit from. And it looks like games have begun. Let's see who will be going first over here. Looks like it's going to be Zach. Zach playing out his energy, decides to go for a pile of 2 and 1. And he plays just a common Malevolent Mirage on that pile of 2. Now he can't attack first since he did go first. He'll have to wait. But Ryan, because he's going second, can attack if he wishes. He's going to play out a pile of 3. Zach responding with an encased Rune Rock. Ouch. Zach pays 1 energy. He can target a creature energy and play and temporarily freeze it. He can pay an additional energy to permanently freeze a second target. He chooses only to pay the first energy, temporarily freezing that energy on Ryan's pile. If a pile of energy has a frozen energy in it, you cannot summon creatures to the pile, which means you can't play creatures from hand unless it has an effect or ability that would let it. So Ryan forced to pass his first turn. He's going to be taking a hit here. Ryan, though, responds with his own freeze card, Cryogenic Criterion, that's going to freeze. Ryan's allowed to target an energy on both sides of the field and freeze them. So he essentially returned the favor to Zach here. Both players now have frozen energy. Zach cannot summon either and will have to attack with 2 damage from his Malevolent Mirage. Not sure why my camera just rotated for 0 reason. Oh, I was made into the GM, something I do not want here. So I'm going to go ahead and quickly change back to spectator. Let's get those player names off the board. Meanwhile, Ryan's turn. He decides to play a pile of 2 and a pile of 1. Zach once again responding with another encased Rune Rock, and that's great for Zach. He's going to pay with that frozen energy of his. And now Ryan can only summon on this measly pile of 1. Zach actually saying, hey, no, I'm going to pay 2 energy to permanently freeze that third pile. That energy now pretty much useless to Ryan unless he has something that can pay with it. Ryan can't do anything here. He's going to end his turn and unfreeze these 2 cards. At least that gives him some energy back, but now play's going to go back to Zach, who can potentially attack for at least 6 damage. Gonna hurt it. That could drop Ryan all the way down to 2 life points. Ryan, though, sitting 5 cards in hand. Sorry, 5 main deck cards in hand. Ideally, he has some symmetries that he can use here to slow down Zach again. Zach also sitting with 6 cards in hand. Plays out a Malevolent Mirage on that pile of 3. Ryan, no response. This could be very bad for Ryan. Zach plays a Red Eye Flight. You may move 1 energy from a creature or pile on the field to another on the same side. Looks like he may move that 1 energy into one of his own creatures, or he may try to move that permanently frozen energy into Ryan's pile of 3, which would be devastating. And I was once again given GM status. I'll have to change that real quick. There we go. I apologize for any disorientation that might have caused. This Red Eye Flight still resolving. However, it looks like Ryan used the Sandblasted Source on himself. He bounced that permanently frozen energy to his hand, and then he gets to add an energy beneath the main deck or to a creature in play. Very well done. That'll save him the damage from that Red Eye Flight. Looks like Ryan indeed dropped to 2 life. He's drawing what may be his last hand. Plays a Glistening Undergrove. It's going to let him reveal the top or bottom card of his deck. Looks like he's going to reveal the top. It's a Roro. He gets to add it to hand. And he does. That Roro, not super great in draft play, but at the end of the day, it's still a card. Ryan playing a pile of 2 and a pile of 1. Probably being a little cautious just in case Zach has more freeze cards. Another pile of 2. That's going to be the energy that Sandblasted Source had bounced back to his hand. Decides to move it. He's making another pile of 1. Ryan most likely has a... Nope. Yep. Ryan, I'm assuming, has a lot of creatures in his hand that he's been unable to play, so he's deciding to go wide here. Zach, no responses yet. There's an Ashen Aftermath. Zach pays 1 energy to bounce a blank pile in play to the owner's hand. He's going to bounce this pile of 3 back into Ryan's hand, which will slow him down. Now, if Ryan was still in energy phase, he could just play those energy again, but most likely Zach played the Ashen Aftermath in response to Ryan entering his creature phase, but before he could summon any creatures. Ryan playing a Royal Resurgence. Zach responding Chronic Collision. Zach will target a common or uncommon creature on his field, and then he could target an opposing common or uncommon, and they battle, forcing that Royal Resurgence to battle and get destroyed right away. He battles with the Malevolent Mirage on the pile 3. Ryan opting to summon a Palashrumis on this pile of 1 and a Starplume Shroom on this pile of 1 as well, but he cannot summon to this pile due to that frozen energy. Ryan may just be forced to pass his turn here, because all he could do is just sacrifice his creatures. They won't actually really make much headway for him, and he needs the defense. Zach has potential to win right here. We know in Ryan's hand there's 3. Oh, Ryan, though, saying, if I'm going down, I'm going down fighting. Plays an Eroda's Ascendance. He's going to pay half his life, dropping himself to 1. His entire deck enters his graveyard, and he may search his deck for an Eroda and summon it into play, which is what he is doing. And any energy, I guess, beneath the main deck will go along with it. No. Not sure that's right. While they go ahead and play this out, let's look up the wording, the specific wording on Eroda's Ascendance. While these players still continue to play it out. Zach playing Fractured Portals. This card remains in play during his energy phase. He may add energy to his energy piles going beyond the normal limit of 3. Pretty nice buff. Lets him utilize his creatures a little bit more singularly, and in a game that has no unsummons, he could do that pretty safely. Glistening Undergrove, though, hitting play, that's going to let him reveal the top card of his deck. It is a creature, which means he'll add it to his hand. Yeah, it looks like I just brought up Eroda's Ascendance. And it does appear that that energy underneath Ryan's main deck should not be used here, I believe. Let me double check. No, that's... No, yeah, never mind. I'm not really 100% positive here, but we'll just play this out and see how it goes. I don't want to spend too much time looking at the rules here. In the meantime, Palashrumis taking up a lot of Zach's turn, thanks to that mysterious boss that was played. Actually saved him. Kept him alive in this game with 1 life point remaining. Because of Eroda's Ascendance, Zach could not play his own Mysterious Bosk. Well done by Zach, remembering that Eroda's Ascendance prevents the opposing player from gaining energy. However, wow, well done by Ryan. He plays the Sandblasted Source. That bounces his energy on Eroda back to his hand, gives him an energy, but now there's no target for Mysterious Bosk, since this has to target a rare creature, and Ryan just destroyed his own rare creature. Very well done by Ryan. And he still is in his energy phase, I believe, so he'll be able to play out the energy he just drew from that Sandblasted Source. Plays a Glistening Undergrove. He's going to reveal top card of his deck. It's a Siphon from Thoughts. Oh, he's totally adding this to his hand. Ryan may actually be able to make a comeback here. He has so much energy in his hand, while Zach did manage to delay the inevitable. It's like Thanos. Ryan's playing out all this energy Zach has been stalling. Not sure where that energy just came from. I'll assume that he knows what he's doing. Roro and a Starplume Shroom hitting field. Siphon from Thoughts going in on this Palashrumis. I believe the Shroomis is on a 4. So this bumps it to a 5. He'll be able to swing for 6. Roro trading, Starplume Shroom trading, Palashrumis can now hit for 6 damage, dropping Zach down to 4 life points. That's absolutely brutal. Zach in a real dire situation. It's going to be very difficult to deal with this Palashrumis. But Siphon from Thoughts does have a core weakness, which is that when the creature is attacked, it loses an energy, which means Zach could declare an attack and force that Siphon from Thoughts to destroy itself. But without any kind of creature clear here, Zach's really in trouble. He's going to play out his energy, forming a pile of 3 and 2, and he plays a Rebecca. This is going to help him potentially get in. He pays a life point, going to 3. Each player will now draw the difference between life points, which is 2. So each player draws 2 energy cards. Zach thinking at this point he just needs energy on the board. He doesn't care if he gives it to his opponent. Hopefully he doesn't regret paying a life point to do that. And, oh, there's a Harrowing Haunt. He discards a card from his hand. Each of his blank piles will gain an energy. What's crazy to think is Zach could have had, I think, like 6 or 7 piles of energy here, but he doesn't have that many creatures, so he's just going to go for the 3 piles. He discards a Cease to Exist, which isn't going to help him a whole lot this game, so good choice to get rid of. Now he has some large piles of energy to utilize. Oh, but he doesn't have an additional creature. He just has a cryogenic. That's going to let him freeze an energy on each side of the field. Secondary effect not really utilized here. You have to wonder why he did that. Does he have a Lucia Leavedross in hand? He doesn't. He just has a creature. He puts it... I believe this is a pile of 4. Although it kind of looks like a pile of... Yeah, that's a 4. He does attack the Shroomis. Ryan removing the Siphon from Thoughts from it. Oh, it does... Yep, there we go. Siphon from Thoughts is gone. Zach's creature will take 3 damage, but it looks like Zach is conceding the game. He has no cards left in hand. All Ryan has to do is just attack him once, and he wins the game. So game 1 goes to Ryan. Well done to both players. Zach got Ryan very close to defeat. But that Mysterious Bosk, followed by the Sandblasted Source to thwart Zach's own Mysterious Bosk, just a phenomenal play. Really well done by Ryan. And despite the fact that I believe Ryan and Nick, his son, are both newer players, they play like they really have a great sense of the game overall. And it really shows here. I'm sure it helps that Ryan and Nick both participated in the first booster draft, so they have an idea of what is good and when to play it, and also probably what to draft. So we see that paying off for Ryan in this game 1. Let's see if they reset their life here. Ryan deciding to play a Glistening Undergrove right away. It's going to reveal the top card of his deck. It's a Sandblasted Source. He's going to add it to his hand. Zach playing out his energy. Now keep in mind, both players technically at 10 life points right now. They just haven't reset them yet. I'm sure they will soon. Zach opening very similar to before. Malevolent Mirage on a pile of 2. Play passes to Ryan, who's going to play out his energy. And he has that Sandblasted Source, which is certainly going to come in handy here. It's a very strong draft card. Doesn't see a lot of constructed play, but still really strong in draft. It does look like players realize they need to reset their life totals. Ryan, 3 piles of 1. Plays out a Royal Duck on the pile of 1. Zach responding, Encased Rune Rock. And he's choosing to free. He's going to pay that blank pile to freeze one of Ryan's blank piles. And he pays another to freeze Ryan's Royal Duck. What's interesting here, though, is Zach knows that Ryan has a Sandblasted Source in hand, and he just gave him all the tools he needs to now Sandblast this last Mirage energy. That energy is going to get bounced to Zach's hand. Royal Duck gains an energy and will now be able to swing directly for one. Of course, Ryan can still play some more cards. He does a Siphon from Thoughts. Turn one. This is going really well for Ryan. He's now going to be pressuring well, now he's going to be dealing 3 damage to Zach, not even pressuring. Siphon from Thoughts, of course, generates an energy each time the creature attacks. Zach will drop down to 7. But notably, Ryan does not have any cards in hand. So Zach has 1 main deck, 1 energy. This is his chance to maybe even the board out a little bit. At the very least, he can declare an attack on this Royal Resurgence, forcing it to lose that Siphon from Thoughts. Fractured Portals hitting play early may pay off for Zach. Throws down his energy. Here comes the 4th one. That's the one that was bounced by Sandblasted Source. Valcro Allegiant on a pile of 4. He can very safely attack this Royal Duck. The Valcro will take 2 damage. The Duck will be destroyed. Frozen Energy does not contribute damage in combat, or in battle rather, so that Frozen Energy, of course, not doing anything for the Duck. Although what's interesting is, I believe Siphon from Thoughts could have paid its energy cost by destroying that Frozen Energy, in which case the Valcro Allegiant would have taken 3 damage instead of just 2. But it looks like Ryan may not have known that. I know at some point there was a ruling on what energy Siphon from Thoughts can choose, and I believe the player gets to specifically target it. So he could have targeted that Frozen Energy. Oh. The player accidentally dealt 1 to everybody in play. Yeah, it looks like over here, Dan accidentally dealing 1 to each player. We'll continue onward. As mentioned before, some of these players have not used Tabletop Simulator before, but no big deal, that was an easy fix. Cars 3, the Maniacal Madness hitting play on the side of Ryan. This creature deals double damage when in battle. Ryan also playing a Sandblasted Source on that Valcro Allegiant. This would have been devastating for Zach if Ryan had kept that 3rd energy. But regardless, still going to be pretty scary position here. Ryan, unfortunately, does not have another card, so he's going to have to waste that Cars 3 attack on the Valcro Allegiant, but he's still looking really strong. This Cars 3, of course, is capable of dealing 6 damage in battle. Battle is different than a direct attack, though. Keep that in mind. Fun fact about Cars 3, before it released, it originally said that it also self-destructed after battle, although that effect was eventually removed. You can still see it in the teaser for the 3rd magazine. Looks like Zach played a Rebecca, paying 1 life point, each player drawing 3 energy cards. And because of Fractured Portals, this means Zach can throw down all 6 of his energy into 1 big pile if he so desires. Actually, I think each player drew 4 energy cards because the pay effect goes first. The big concern Zach may have is he knows that Ryan is running some freeze cards like Cryogenic Criterion, so he has to be very careful here. Zach playing a Glistening Undergrove, revealing top card of his deck. It is a Chronic Collision. Not really useful here. He's just going to, I think, send it to grave to pop an energy on Ryan's field. Now let's see if which energy he may decide to destroy. He destroys one on Cars 3. That Cars 3, though, still dangerous to Zach since it does technically deal 4 damage in battle. So Zach needs to make sure that he has a 2 energy creature followed by a 4 energy creature or something like that. If he puts all of his energy into one pile, this Cars 3 will punish him heavily for it, and that looks like that's what Zach almost did here. No, he had more energy. Holy cow, he had a lot of energy. Oh, it's the Sandblasted Source energy. Zach also decided to play out this Harrowing Haunt. He's going to discard a card to add an energy to each of those piles. Once again, discarding a Cease to Exist. Going to add 2 energy here. And out comes a Roro. He has no other creatures. This Cars 3 is going to deal 4 damage to that Roro. Unsure if I could really call this a misplay, though. Zach just doesn't have any other creatures to utilize, so unfortunate. He's going to take 4 damage from this battle. It's inefficient, but Zach's still looking pretty strong, so not the end of the world for him, but he has to worry that he just gave 4 energy to Ryan. So Ryan's going to have 7 energy to play with here. That's pretty brutal. That actually might be lethal. He knows that Zach has nothing else in his hand. Ryan just needs the creatures to get over this Roro and make a direct attack, but what will we see here? And it looks like he just needs 3 creatures. Does he have it? See, creature 1, Cold Crux, coming out on this pile of 3. He's going to permanently freeze. 1 card in play. He chooses an energy. Palashrimus also coming out on a pile of 3 here. And for the final, does he have another creature? If he does, he wins this game and match. If he doesn't, Zach will have a chance. Looks like I'm currently thinking about something. Not sure where this Treeforge Boardroom just came from. It might have been played from Ryan's hand. Yeah, it was. He paid 1 life point. Lets him reveal top and bottom card of his deck. He reveals a Duality Sapling and a Mysterious Bosk, and then he'll just draw an energy. This means that I don't think Ryan has the 3rd creature. Palashrimus swinging on the Roro. Ryan, unfortunately, not able to finish out this game just yet. But that permanently frozen energy on the side of Zach may mean that it's going to be too hard for Zach to make a comeback here. He takes 3 damage. He's dropped to 3 life points. Zach drawing his next, possibly final hand of this round. Zach playing his energy. If he has some way to lose this permanently frozen energy, he may have an opportunity to even the playing field. He plays a Malevolent Mirage on this 3. Oh, this is going to be brutal. He actually has some opportunities here. Mysterious Bosk targeting this Cold Crux. And now Roro also now buffing damage that Zach's Chrono creatures deal to rare. It's possible that Ryan may have misplayed here. This Cold Crux probably should have just Suicide ran into his opponent's Roro, because it being alive provides Zach with a Mysterious Bosk target. And a Roro target to a lesser extent. And Ryan, of course, being punished for that, but Zach, only one card in hand. Ryan can still win here. He had such a lead. That play by Zach, while great, not 100% enough to retake this board. Ryan's still looking very strong. He plays out his energy. He plays a duality sapling. This creature may conduct a second attack against creatures each turn. If you revealed any cards this turn, you may conduct a third attack. So duality sapling is kind of, to some extent, a board clear, especially if it has something like Siphon from Thoughts on it. See, in case Rune Rock come out from the side of Zach, he is going to pay with that permanently frozen energy to try to slow down his opponent. He's most likely going to freeze maybe an energy from both the duality sapling and the star plume, which will actually, I think, save Zach. I don't think Zach loses here. It depends on if Ryan has any additional symmetries in his hand. Zach actually opting to just freeze the creature. That makes sense. He permanently froze the duality sapling and temporarily froze the plume, or shroom, star plume shroom. Well done by Zach. That actually is enough to save him here. Doesn't look like Ryan capable of finishing the game. Past his turn, it goes to Zach. Now, these cards being frozen just means they cannot attack, but Zach still has to destroy them if he wants to attack his opponent directly. So, once again, he uses those encased rune rocks just to buy him time to build up his board. And by paying that frozen energy, he now has an additional pile he can play on again. Plays a Red Eye Flight. He can move an energy to start a new pile. He's most likely going to destroy this Palashrumis by forcing its energy to create a new pile. Oh no, that's the, it moves it to a different pile or creature. So he moved it to this blank pile over here. Zach, 2 cards in hand. He needs creatures here. Does he have them? If he has some creatures, he may opt to take out this, or maybe just pass his turn altogether. He does play Silent Regularity. Because of Roro, Silent Regularity does 1 additional damage to opposing rare creatures. So this Silent Regularity on a pile of 2 could trade with this Duality Sapling on a pile of 3, because the Duality Sapling is a rare. It looks to be like what they're talking about now. Zach not wanting this Silent Regularity to sit and play for too long, just in case Zach has a Mysterious Bosk. And of course, Silent Regularity does give a benefit when it is sent to graveyard, so Zach wanting to get that out of play as soon as possible. He could have chose not to attack this turn if he wanted, since his opponent's creatures are frozen, but as I mentioned, he has to be wary of Mysterious Bosk, so he just decides to trigger an attack right away. You can't help but wonder what that card in his hand may be. He adds 1 to his Malevolent Mirage, putting it at 4. Most likely, no, what's he decides to attack. I'm actually very shocked here. He's giving Ryan an opportunity to win the game right now. With his Malevolent Mirage only at 1 energy, all Ryan has to do is play a Sandblasted Source, and he'll win the game. Zach with 1 card in hand. It may be something like a Cryogenic or an Encased Rune Rock, hoping to use it to further defend. Zach pulling an Eroda. It goes to the bottom of the deck, and he draws a replacement card instead. Zach, sorry, I keep saying Zach. Ryan playing out his energy now. Ryan has a pile of 3 here. Oh, he was debating playing the... There we go. He plays the Dead of Night. So he's going to destroy that Malevolent Mirage by making a new pile of its energy. And you may target one afterthought in play to send it to its opponent's graveyard. He sends the Roro to Zach's graveyard. Malevolent Mirage also destroyed. And that may be game. It really depends on what's in Zach's hand. And it is a cryogenic criterion like I thought it might be. Ryan... Oh no, that's an Ashen Aftermath. Ryan being punished for putting all of his energy into one pile. He won't be able to finish the game again. But he does have a Guild Leader Symposium. That's going to let him add an energy to a creature in play. He's totally fine. And he'll win the game. That is his second victory against Zach, which means he does take the match. Which will mean Ryan is 2-0 against Zach. And therefore 1-0 this tournament. Zach, unfortunately, will lose round 1. And that concludes this match. Just waiting for sure to see. Yep, there we go. And let's move on over to the game on the right side. I believe we have Alex in the bottom, Dan up top. Both players at 10 life right now. Clock at 11 minutes left. Don't know which game this may be. This may be game 2. Currently, we see that Dan is sitting with a Duality Sapling on a pile of 2. Frozen card here on a pile of 1. Might be just a frozen energy. Alex playing his own Duality Sapling. On this pile of 1. Followed by a Bristlecone Phantom Pine. We haven't seen this in any of the draft games. When this creature attacks, target one card in your graveyard and put it back in your main deck wherever you like. Then draw an energy for each rarity among creatures in play. It's a super tremendously strong draft card. I cannot state how strong this is as a draft card. Gives him full control over repeated use of symmetries like Siphon from Thoughts. And of course, because you have so many different rarities of creatures, he can generate so much energy off of it. Plays a Dead of Night to whittle that Duality Sapling down to 1 energy. And I've been told this is game 2. Alex, our bottom player here, won game 1. Duality Saplings will trade. And it looks like we're going to see the Bristlepine attack directly for 2. This is going to let Alex put any card in his graveyard anywhere in his deck. And he'll draw 1 energy. Looks like Alex is now deciding where he wants to put this card and which card he wants to put into his deck. He decides to grab Dead of Night, places it right on top. Looks like they're using this to keep track of when that card will unfreeze. And Alex most likely going to pass his turn. He has to remember that he does draw an energy from this. I'm not sure if he already did or not. Looks like he does pass his turn over to Alex. Now, it looks like there's a little visual bug here. These desecrated shipwrecks, that's actually the back side of these energy cards. So you can see that he has 3 energy in his hand right now. Maybe we'll see if those get fixed in round 2. But for now, it is Dan's turn. He's currently down 8 life to Alex's 10. Alex, having won game 1, just needs to win this game in the next 6 minutes and 45 seconds to win round 1. Looks like Dan thinking about what energy to play, or where, rather. Two piles of 2. Looks like he's going to try to take out this bristle cone. I always keep thinking it's bristle pine. He's going to take out this bristle cone on the side of Alex. Plays a water ball hydra on the 2. What else might we see from him? Looks like the judge may be reminding, I'm not sure, but it looks like the judge may be reminding him he can't summon to that pile too with the frozen energy. But not positive on that one. See a desert rose on this other pile too. I suspect we may see a trade here, followed by a direct attack of 2 against Alex. Which means that Dan is looking pretty good with 5 main deck cards in hand and a clear field on Alex's side. But he did go first, which means he has a slight advantage. He has to keep that in mind. It's an advantage that Alex will be working to close. Alex is going to take 2 damage from this Desert Rose. And will most likely see Dan end his turn, possibly. Yeah, he's ending his turn as energy unfreezes. Alex drawing his next hand. Alex playing out his energy. Pile 2 and a pile of 1. And here comes the Dead of Night. That's the same Dead of Night that Alex had returned to the top of his deck with Bristlecone's effect. He's going to bounce 1 energy off this Desert Rose to start a new pile. It's going to weaken the Desert Rose a little bit. But the downside of Dead of Night is ideally you want to use it to kill the creature. Starting a new pile of energy means that you haven't really benefited a whole lot from it. It's a very situational card. Because at the end of the day, Dan still has 4 energy in play. All he did was made the Decaying Rose, Desert Rose, a little weaker. But at the very least, it does mean that Alex can destroy it with minimal battle damage. Plays a Vancier. There's the Vancier card. It did go to Alex. And this is a secret rare, so when this creature is revealed or enters play, freeze lock your opponent's graveyard. Cards can't leave a freeze lock zone until the zone unfreezes. When this creature attacks, reveal 1 card from your hand or main deck. So that's going to freeze lock Dan's graveyard. Likely won't matter unless Dan had something like an Anthem of Humanity. And I'm not sure if Alex is running reveal cards for this Vancier to even hit. Curious to see what they're. I'm not sure what players are discussing. It looks like Dan is responding with a Shard Scale Terrahedron. You can activate this ability from his hand and pay 1 energy to put this creature into play on a blank pile of energy. If it does on his opponent's turn, he pays 1 additional energy. When it enters play by this ability, opposing abilities become inactive for the rest of the turn. So curiously, Dan spent 2 energy to disable Alex's abilities. Let's see if it pays off for him. And abilities are only the abilities are only the card effects on creatures. It does not include symmetries. So he paid 2 energy to disable this Vancier ability, which Vancier wasn't really doing anything. This isn't particularly a strong draft card. The Smokestream ability also not really a big deal right now, so may not have been worth it for Dan. It's great news for Alex. He's probably very happy to see that this board will very quickly swing into his favor now. Perhaps there was a reveal card engraved I didn't see, and maybe, or in, no, I'm not really sure. Looks like we may see Alex throw down the Siphon from Thoughts on the Smokestream. That's going to keep the Smokestream nice and healthy, which allows it to use its ability quite often. Looks like time has ran out. Players are entering turns now. Looks like Alex will be turn 0. Dan turn 1, Alex turn 2, and then Dan will end it with turn 3. Whoever has the most life at the end of turn 3 wins the game. A little surprised. I know the Siphon from Thoughts is actually a really good card on Smokestream. A little surprised we didn't see it on the Vancier, because now this Smokestream is going to have to trade into this Shard Scale Terrahedron. It's going to be unfavorable. Well, it's going to be favorable for Alex, but not as efficient as if he had put the Siphon from Thoughts on Vancier. Maybe he's afraid of what might be in Dan's hand. Because right now, Smokestream, capable of attacking and destroying this Terrahedron, it will survive with 2 energy. Not sure. Players discussing something right now. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what they're talking about, but for the moment, Alex most likely going to have the Smokestream trade with the Shard Scale. Smokestream will remain with 2 energy left. And Vancier will hit Dan for 1. That will drop Dan to 7 life points, which means that Alex will win if time runs, or if turns run out. That looks to be what we see happen here. Wait, why did Alex remove the Siphon from Thoughts? Okay, Alex opting to remove Siphon from Thoughts. Looks like he figures Smokestream's going to die anyway. Might as well prevent Smokestream from losing a potential energy from Siphon's effect. It's worth noting that Siphon's ability, which is that he can force a creature entering play to battle it, will not trigger Siphon from Thought's effect that when this creature is attacked, it loses an energy. Smokestream's ability technically initiates a battle, but neither creature is considered the attacker. They just both battle. So Siphon from Thought's negative effect would not trigger. But most likely won't really matter here. It would only matter if, for whatever reason, Dan just did not play any creatures at all. Or if maybe Dan somehow shut down Smokestream's ability, again, with something like Terrahedron. Maybe that's what Alex is thinking. Doesn't want to risk it. Glistening Undergrowth comes out from Dan. It's going to let him reveal the top or bottom card of his deck. Most likely add it to hand. But he may... There's an optional effect. If it's a symmetry, he can destroy it instead to destroy an energy. Reveals the top. It is a symmetry. Cease to exist. Not particularly useful. Most likely just going to discard it to destroy an energy on Vancier. And that's exactly what we see. Energy is destroyed. Vancier along with it. And Dan really needs to make something happen before turns run out, and he will lose even if he's just one life point lower. Anthem of Humanity coming out right now. He actually can't resolve it. Yeah, let the judge know Dan cannot resolve that Anthem of Humanity. Vancier has freeze locked Dan's graveyard until the end of Dan's turn. Actually, never mind. I forgot he used Terrahedron to negate that effect. Looks like that actually played out very well for Dan. That Terrahedron, initially questionable, will let him play out the Anthem of Humanity, but interestingly enough, he doesn't summon that Waterfall Hydra. Maybe he was he was afraid the Smokestream. That's possibly why. But now his field's completely open. Wait, oh, Smokestream forced the Langus to attack. I see. He didn't enter attack phase yet. Alex used Smokestream's ability to force Langus to battle before Langus's on-play effect could fully resolve. Very well done by Alex. Alex will take 1 damage. They'll be even. This is going into Alex's turn. Alex has to deal 1 damage to Dan or higher. Otherwise, he will most likely lose. We'll see. This is Alex's last turn. Dimensional Rupture out from Alex. It's not really going to do a whole lot. And neither player really losing anything of real value here. Can Alex just deal 1 damage to Dan? He somehow needs to have creatures or some way to remove this singular Waterfall Hydra just sitting on 1 energy. Tarnishwood Cypress comes out. Does Alex have the second creature? He does. This is huge. This allows Alex to potentially win the game. But that was the last of his hand. Dan still has one more turn left, which means Dan certainly has a chance of victory. Alex, being very smart, realizes that he doesn't need to do 2 damage. He just needs to deal 1. He opts to attack first with the Lancer and then following with the Cypress. This means he has 2 defenders. If Dan just has 1 creature and 1 way to remove one of Alex's creatures, he could win. I guess technically Dan needs 2 creatures here. This is for all the marbles. Not sure. Dan hasn't drawn his hand yet, right? I don't think he has. 3 from main, 3 from energy. Can he somehow close this game out? Dan carefully considering his options here. Does he concede? I think Dan conceded. He must not have had any creatures or in hand, or at least not enough to deal more than 1 damage to Alex. Well, even 1. Dan's showing us his hand. He had a Rebecca, Fractured Portals. Unfortunately, not enough. I'm not sure what else he might have had in there. I do believe, though, Dan did concede. Yep, Alex wins 2-0. Unfortunate draw by Alex, rather. Or sorry, Dan. If Dan had just drawn 3 creatures, he would have won. 2 creatures and some kind of removal ability, he would have won. So there was definitely a way for Dan to win. He just didn't draw into it. Unfortunate. So that will actually conclude this match, and it looks like round 1 is completely over. So we'll be right back with round 2, and I'll have the current standings and pairings just before. See you soon, Rifters. Alright, welcome back, Drifters. Looks like round 2 being set up right now. And I do have the current standings and pairings. It looks like in round 1, the current winners of round 1 were Ed, Alex, Nick, and Ryan. We were able to watch Alex and Ryan win their respective games. Ed and Nick, of course, being on a different table. And the pairings for those matches will be Ed versus Alex, Nick versus Ryan, father versus son once again. And then on a different table, Dan versus Phoenix, Zach versus Brian. So we'll see who we end up watching here, whether it be Ed versus Alex or Nick versus Ryan. We'll be watching one of those games. It looks like we may be watching the Nick versus Ryan game. And they're still currently working to set those up. Yep, looks like indeed we have Nick versus Ryan over here on the left side. Nick will be at the top. And then Ryan will be down here in the bottom in the blue. Keep in mind not to be confused by Nick's username, despite the fact that it says Ryan. In fact, Ryan will be down here. Looks like players just currently getting their decks in the right position. Looks like these two will begin now. Looks like Ryan wins the dice roll. He gets to decide if he goes first or second. Most likely going first, as that is the way to go. Looks like premature Guild Leader Symposium, almost thrown out by Nick. He returns it back to his hand, or rather, Undergrove revealed it. Maybe he was just showing that's what he's adding to hand. Ryan plays a pile of 3. May just pass turn here. No, he does summon a Decaying Rose, but in response, Nick throws out an Ashen Aftermath. Nick paying 1 energy to bounce Ryan's hand back into it. Nick now just 2 main deck cards and 2 energy, but we know he has a Guild Leader Symposium, which will help him recover that loss. Unless, does he just pass it back to Ryan? He might. If so, that Ashen Aftermath, not played ideally here. Would have been much better if Nick had a creature to use Symposium on. But now Ryan's just free to play all these cards again and swing huge. Meanwhile, Ryan plays a Glistening Undergrove, adds it to hand. Plays out all of this energy he has. We know he has 6. And he's playing that 6 energy. Desert Rose comes back out. Guild Leader Symposium, this time on the side of Ryan, will be utilized. However, because Desert Rose is not a multi-type, Ryan will not get to draw that additional energy. And unfortunately for Ryan, he doesn't have a second creature, so he can't swing for 7 damage. It's really unfortunate. But he does swing for 4. Gets a good lead in. Nick now playing out his 3 energy. Decides to finish off that pile into a 3. Pile of 2. Plays a creation with a Siphon from Thoughts on it. Decides to attack against the 4. The Siphon from Thoughts should generate an energy here, meaning creation's should be at 2 energy. And this is a mandatory effect, but I admittedly wasn't looking when it resolved, so I'm going to trust the players knew what they were doing there. Oh, perhaps was this was on a pile of 3, right? So this goes to 4 or 5. Yeah, they know what they're doing. They're good. That was a 4-4 trade. Decides to keep the Siphon, though. I think he's going to regret that. All his opponent has to do is declare an attack, and the creation will destroy itself. In that battle, Nick should have destroyed the Siphon from Thoughts. But now Siphon from Thoughts will destroy itself. And Nick vulnerable. No. This should not lose an energy from that. There we go. And now Ryan capable of attacking for another 3 damage. Now, if you're curious as to why Star Plume Shroom doesn't get to attack, it's because technically did attack. Siphon from Thoughts resolves just before the attack hits, so there's no playback ruling. Wow, and Ryan playing Treeforge Boardroom, paying 1, revealing a card in hand, reveals Cold Crux, lets him permanently freeze a card and draw an energy. Great combo. You really wouldn't expect to see it in a draft. And yet here it is, and it looks like Nick may be conceding this game. He is. Game 1 going to Ryan. Well done, Ryan. Ryan really had quite a stacked hand as well, as we see there. Dumps out Naroda's Descendants, Mysterious Bosk. I think Elucia Leavedross was in there. And these players will now go on to game 2. Nick will get to go first since he lost that game 1. Of course, it is his choice. He can choose to go second if he really wants. Does play out the energy. Here comes Carcery, the Maniacal Madness. Cryogenic Criterion on the side of Nick, gonna prevent Ryan from summoning to this pile of 3. Nick prepared for that. He had a pile of 1 ready for that cryogenic. See a Undergrove resolved, bouncing or sending a card to his hand. Plays a Project Oblivion. Nick really wants to just swing oh so heavy on Ryan. Nick playing out all this energy. He has so much right now. Does he have the creatures to back it up? He can get 7 damage on Ryan. Ryan, 5 cards in hand, but no responses just yet. Guild Leader Symposium coming out from Nick. That's going to make it even higher. Nick drawing an energy for putting it on a multi-type. Of course, this Water Vault is not a multi-type. Not sure if Nick drew an energy. It kind of looked like he did. We'll find out next turn, probably. Ryan playing out his energy. Ryan, of course, dropped all the way down to 2 as both of these creatures swung for 4 damage each, thanks to that Sandblasted Source. Carcery coming out. That's a really nice card for Ryan to have here. It does double damage in battle. That's his way of dealing 4 damage. We see the Carcery swing in. Dead of Night played by Nick, or sorry, Ryan, to move an energy to his plume, attacking for 4, trading with that Cypress. Looks like Ryan played his own Guild Leader Symposium now that there's less creatures on field. That gives him an energy and lets him draw 1 since this crow is multi-type. Ends his turn, energy unfreezes. Passes turn to Nick. Nick can win here. Unsure, though, if he has enough. He needs to have 2 creatures. Oh, that's going to be helpful. Plays an Anthem of Humanity that's going to send 1 creature to his hand. So as we mentioned before, Nick may have accidentally drawn an energy he wasn't supposed to. We're going to find out right now. There's 2. There's 3. Yeah, he did draw an energy he was not supposed to draw. Cavernous Scrap Hollow, followed by... Doesn't seem like it's going to matter, though. There's the Siphon from Thoughts. It's going to bump that Scrap Hollow up to a 4. Nick swinging in just for so much damage. And that will defeat Ryan. Nick wins game 2. And these players are going to have to go on to game 3 to determine who will win round 2. And this is huge. If either player wants to win this tournament, they're going to have to win this round. 1 loss most likely means they'll be unable to claim the championship title. Or rather, champion title of this tournament. Ryan, because he lost, will get to decide if he goes first or second. Most likely going first. And here we go. Looks like he reveals a Carcery with that Undergrowth, adds it to hand. Pile of 3. He's going to attempt to summon. Will Nick respond? Doesn't seem like it. Summons a Decaying Desert Rose and will have to pass turn to Nick. Nick playing out his energy here. And he plays a Waterfall Hydra. And here comes Ryan's turn. Nick choosing not to attack, curiously enough. Ryan playing a Carcer in a pile 2. Does double battle damage, so it will be able to evenly trade with this Waterfall Hydra, since it'll deal 4 damage unless Nick has a response. He does not, so there goes the Carcery. Blowing up that Waterfall Hydra. Ryan primed to deal 4 damage to Nick right now. Primed to deal 5 damage as he plays a Guild Leader Symposium, adding an energy to that Velcro and drawing 1. Looks like Nick accidentally drew too many cards, but there's no reveal of effects going off this game, so not the end of the world like it was yesterday. Judge did tell them, though, to let them know if they ever shuffled a deck. It seems like they did not, but as I mentioned, really not a big deal today, so we'll just play it out, as both players are okay with it. Crocoit Creation coming out on a pile of 3. Will Nick just pass turn again? He knows that by running the Crocoit into a Decaying Desert Rose, he's losing a defender. He may attack the Velcro. It's a possibility. Not sure if they called a judge or what's happening right now. I don't think they did. Maybe Nick is just deep in thought here, considering what he should do. Obviously, every turn really counts right now. Looks like he's attacking. Is he? That'd be a big play. Ooh, and in response, he plays Corrupted Keystone. We haven't seen one of these. Target a creature in play without an ability. It doesn't take damage when battling opposing creatures. Wow. This card is not used in Constructed at all. But I was expecting to see it in Draft. We didn't see it on Friday, but here it is. Pays off for Nick in a big way. That's effectively 3 free energy. And man, that is brutal for Ryan, as he cannot... He has to just take that 3 damage. Well, not damage, but 3 energy loss. He still has that energy in hand from his previous Guild Leader Symposium. That's going to help him get back into this. He's playing out his energy. There's a Palashrimus on 3. And it looks like Sandblasted Source will blast a creation card energy. Sorry, Guild Leader Symposium coming out though. That's gonna benefit Ryan's Crows though. So he has to keep that in mind. And Ryan capable of potentially attacking again directly. Which is brutal. Nick concedes the game. He reveals he just doesn't have anything. And Ryan is the victor of round 2 here. 2 wins, 1 loss against Nick. Well done, Nick. You certainly gave it a good shot here. Ryan proving this time the father will beat the son. Winning round 2 against Nick. Well done by both players. Now we can move over here and watch Alex versus Ed. Currently, we see that both players are at 10 life points each. Alex with 2 creatures in play, a 1 and a 2. Unsure what game this is. I did ask the judge. Now, I was told this is game 2. Ed won game 1, and it looks like Ed will be this top player above, and Alex will be the bottom player here. Ed winning game 1 is significant here, especially since we look at this board. Alex being player 2, yet doesn't seem to be in a significant, or sorry, player 1. Oh, this might be just the first play of the game. I take that back. Alex sandblasting Source here. Gonna pop this 1, prevent the red-eye flight from destroying his Cypress, since it'll let him gain an energy. Well done by Alex, holding on to that sandblasted Source for the opportune moment. Red-eye flight moves an energy to Duality Sapling. No. Looks like Ed is deciding he might just move his own energy instead. This is a May effect, so he may just choose not to move any energy. Looks like they're still resolving. Red Eye Flight does move the energy off. I'm unsure. Did Alex blast an energy in play to the owner's hand? I think he might be blasting one. I'm not sure. Looks like there might be a possible, there you go, there's a possible real life issue over on the side of one of the players. Valkron hitting play on a pile 3. Mysterious Bosk being played. That's very unfortunate for Alex. That is exactly what Ed wants to do here. It's going to destroy an energy. And add 2 to Valkron, making that a very big Leviathan. But not the end of the world for Alex. Ed will end his turn. He does have a 3 energy creature, but no cards in hand. Alex about to draw 3 energy, so Alex can still retain ownership of this field. He, of course, would probably really like to see Guild Leader Symposium or something along those lines here. I'm not sure if he has them in his deck, but something that helps him gain energy. Bristlecone would also be pretty nice. Dimensional Rupture, just not it, but it does help the Bristlecone get some value. It's going to mill 2 from Ed's deck and 1 from Alex's. Alex milling a Siphon from Thoughts, which is exactly why you don't want to use a Dimensional Rupture. I'm not sure why Alex is... There we go. Ed reveals... Oh, Ed is also running a Hazardous Brigantine. Wow, Ed with all of the luck today. He has an Anathema in deck and a Hazardous Brigantine. 2 of the best cards in set 5. That's going to be so difficult for Alex to overcome. Wow, that is an incredible combination of cards for Ed to have in his deck. Meanwhile, Dimensional Rupture does send them to grave, but unfortunately, Brigantine can of course activate from grave regardless. We didn't see any Hazardous Brigantines in our first booster draft on Friday. Looks like there's the first one for today. You really hate to see it. It's just a card that you don't want to see in Constructed. You definitely don't want to see in a draft. Vancier coming out of the side of Alex. That will freeze lock Ed's grave. If anyone has a good counter to Brigantine, it would be Alex here. Ed's grave now freeze locked. He cannot... Well, he is responding to the summon, moving Brigantine to his hand. But he won't be able to use Brigantine from grave on his next turn. Not a big deal, but it's something. See what Alex says let next. He's going to play a Dead of Night. You may move one energy from a creature or pile on the field, and use it to start a new pile. Target an afterthought in play and send to the grave. Starts a new pile off that Valakron. Vancier will attack. That lets Alex reveal a card in hand or in his deck if he wants. Most likely he doesn't really care. He will attack with 1 with the Tarnished Wood Cypress. Here comes some energy. Now we do know that Ed has a Brigantine in hand. Most likely we'll see it played. Here's a Glistening Undergrove. Gonna reveal the top card of his deck. Reveals a Duality Sapling. We'll most likely see that sent to his hand. Ed playing the Duality Sapling, Brigantine probably shortly behind it. And there it is. Followed by a Siphon from Thoughts too. That is a yikes. On the Duality Sapling, which can of course attack multiple times. Can actually attack 3 creatures this turn if it wants. Ed can literally remove these 2 creatures for free. What a combo here. And it's going to attack one of them, gaining an energy, then losing the energy. And then it will attack another one, gaining an energy and losing the energy. And Brigantine will be free to swing directly for 2. Ed opting to just remove the Siphon from Thoughts instead from the battle, just so his opponent can't attack him while Siphon from Thoughts is equipped. I'm not sure that's the wrong or right play here, honestly. Ed is just in such a good position in general, he can probably afford to do that. It's going to be so hard for Alex to come back against this, especially that Brigantine. Sign of the Crow coming out from Alex. Curious as to what he might search his deck for. He decides to discard a Lancer. What will he search for from his deck? It's added to his hand. Alex playing a Smoke Stream. It looks like that might be what he just pulled with Sign of the Crow. And then he also throws down a Bristlecone Phantom Pine. However, this just isn't enough for Alex to come back. Brigantine just so oppressive, and that Duality Sapling, Siphon from Thoughts, not much better, to be honest. Bristlecone attacking the Duality Sapling for 1 damage. This will allow Alex to add a card in his graveyard anywhere in his deck. We might see a Siphon from Thoughts go to the top of Alex's deck here. And then he'll also get to draw 1 energy for each rarity of creature he has in play. He has currently just rare. Alex choosing to put a Sandblasted Source on top of his deck. Now what's interesting is Alex could have searched his deck for a uncommon or common Chrono and put that in play. Bristle Cone would have given him 2 energy there instead of just the 1. But maybe he doesn't have any low rarity Chronos in his deck. It's very possible. Decides to send the Smokestream to just trade out the Duality Sapling and end his turn. Ed completely open field against Alex. Alex with no cards in hand, at the mercy of what Ed does here. I don't think Ed is capable of generating enough energy to win the game right away, but he certainly has enough to be a problem. Plays creatures on piles of 3. Yep. And it looks like Ed will just attack directly for 5. Alex taking 5, dropping down to 3 health. Drawing what may be his last hand for this round. He really needs some kind of miracle. We know he just drew a Sandblasted Source that's going to help him get rid of some of his opponent's creatures here. And he also drew a Dead of Night. That's also going to help him destroy something. Looks like he's going to destroy the Wonder Wolf. Ed makes that into a afterthought. Alex playing his energy now. Now, Alex could have played his Sandblasted Source first to destroy the Wonder Wolf, and then Dead of Night, which would then destroy the Wonder Wolf as an afterthought, but looks like he didn't take that play. Instead, he's going to play Sandblasted Source last. He's going to destroy the Steam Shaft Eidolon, bouncing that energy to Ed's hand, and adding an energy to Alex's own creature. We'll most likely see this Valkyro Allegiant hit the Slithering Altar Shade. That's the 1 energy creature on Ed's side of the field. I'd be surprised if he attacked the Brigantine. Yeah, it looks like that's what's happening. Altar Shade destroyed in battle. Alex forced to end his turn, but he's still in it. No cards in hand though. Ed decides to play his own Dead of Night, bouncing an energy out of the Valkyro. And it looks like Ed will draw his hand. Ed may be able to win it right here and now. He has the cards to do so. Brigantine just needs to run into Valkyro, and then Ed just needs to have a creature on a pile of 3, and he'll win this game and match. Actually, Ed doesn't even need a creature. Brigantine can do it himself. Brigantine attacks the Valkyro, dies. Brigantine then resolves his ability, comes back from grave onto the pile 3, and attacks directly for game. But Ed does have a creature, nonetheless, decides to play it. There goes the Valkyro. And that will be GG. Ed wins game 2 and this match, making Ed the winner of round 2 against Alex. 2-0. And it looks like the other games are currently going on right now. We'll hop over to another room. Let's see if we can view another game. I have to hide my screen here real quick. these passwords aren't encrypted. Alright, we load into table 2, which looks like it's going to be Dan versus Phoenix. And as you can see, Phoenix currently in the top. Dan currently down here at the bottom. Both players at 3 life. Fairly equal fields too. Let's see if I can find out which game this might be. It looks like just as we join, Dan was defeated by Phoenix in an assault here. And unfortunately not having cards in hand that will save him. Not sure if this was their final game or not. Still waiting for the judge to let me know. And that was the final game. Phoenix did win 2-0 against Dan. So Phoenix, the winner of this round 2 over here. And with that said, we may take a brief break as we wait for round 3. One moment while I check. Yeah, we will be on break. And we'll return when I am told the pairings as well as the final standings for round 2. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you all soon. Be right back. Looks like we're gonna have to be fast here. Gen Con requires all events to end by 8 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern. And what that means is, or not Eastern, sorry, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, silly. What that means is we have 20 minutes left to end the tournament. Unfortunately, that also means every single game is going to have to be sudden death. First player to take a damage loses. So hopefully we can wrap up in 20 minutes. It's going to be nuts. But I appreciate all of your patience and understanding. Players are going to be very quickly setting up their games to begin these final matches. We are in, of course, round 3. I don't have the standings just yet, but I know Ryan is currently 2-0, and Ed is currently 2-0. I'm unsure if there is also a third player who's undefeated. But we will see soon. So final round pairings will be Ed versus Ryan, Zach versus Nick, Alex versus Phoenix, and Dan versus Brian. Sudden death, best of one. First player to take damage loses. This is, of course, as a reminder, because Gen Con requires the tournament to end at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, which means we have less than 14 minutes now to wrap up the event. And they're currently setting up their games now. Players now being sent to their respective rooms. So just a reminder, winners of today's tournament, well, I shouldn't even say that, players from today's tournament will receive 4 sealed Dimension That Disappeared packs, as well as a 20-card energy deck for participating. And each of them will get any secret rares and foil energy that they drafted during the draft phase. All 6 promo cards also given during the draft phase will be sent to them. And player who comes in first will receive 3 additional booster packs. Second will receive 2. And third will receive 1. Which, who knows, they may receive a secret rare out of as well. They'll also receive potential artist signed cards and raffled cards at random. Well, not the artist signed cards. The raffle cards will be random, of course. I'll bring you into tabletop as we will bear witness to the 2 of the games. We'll primarily watch, I think we're going to watch the game that is between Ed and Ryan, which will determine who wins the tournament. Ed, of course, won yesterday's tournament, the Constructed 2. Ryan has yet to win a tournament, but his son did win the first draft tournament. Players rapidly getting their decks together as we have less than 10 minutes almost remaining on the clock. This is going to be very close. Now, in case you need a refresher, sudden death means the first player to be dealt damage loses. It's a very different beast than normal Exodus, and considering this is draft mode, there's no vortex, so going second can potentially be an advantage here. Players have to consider wisely if they want to go first or second, because the second player is the one that gets to attack first. And as we saw on Friday, the player who went second was able to win immediately as a result. So certainly something that these players need to consider. But I suspect many of them are so used to always going first that it may be difficult to choose otherwise. Now, up here we have Ed, who is currently 2-0, and Ryan down here 2-0. To our right, we have Nick, who is 1-1, and Zach, who I believe is also 1-1. Let's see. I think Ryan won the dice roll. Unsure if he decides to go first or second. We'll see in a moment. This is to determine who wins the tournament. Whoever wins this wins the tournament. Whoever loses may get second place, but they may also get lower than that. It depends on how the other players in the tournament end up. Ryan choosing to go first, and he plays 3 piles of 1. He better have 3 creatures here. If he does, he has a good chance of surviving through Ed's turn. He played only 2 creatures. This is the problem with sudden death. A lot of players just don't know how to play around the rules of sudden death, rather. You definitely don't want to see this. He has 1 blank pile of energy that's just not being utilized. I don't know why he did that. Maybe he has something in hand, like a cryogenic criterion. Yep, there's the cryogenic. Ed's going to be punished harshly for this. It's going to freeze an energy on Ryan's side of the field, as well as 1 on Ed's. Ryan targeting that big pile of 2. Ed can only play on this pile of 1 now. This may be the game. Ryan may be able to win off this on his turn. It really depends on if Ed has some kind of symmetry here, like a sandblasted source. He can return his own energy to his hand and save it and that pile. But if he doesn't, he will lose this game on Ryan's turn. And he does have a Dead of Night. This may save Ed. This lets him move an energy to start a new pile. He's going to move that frozen energy and start a new pile. This won't allow Ed to win the game, but it will let him survive potentially on Ryan's turn. Right now, Ed looking like he would be guaranteed a loss, but he is doing his best to mitigate those odds by playing Dead of Night. Oh, he's deciding to get rid of the Roro instead. No? Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, he is moving the energy to start a new pile. This will let him play 2 creatures. He plays a Slithering Alter Shade on 1. And he plays another creature on the other one. Here's the thing. Ed cannot attack here or he will lose. So he has to end his turn and hope that Ryan does not draw 1 creature. All Ryan needs to do is draw 1 creature and he wins the tournament. It's all up to the heart of the cards now. Can Ryan just draw 1 creature to win this sudden death match? I'm not sure what's being discussed here. Neither player moving. Alright, Ryan drawing his hand. He just needs 1 creature to win this game. Does he have it? He's playing out his energy. Sandblasted Source. That's enough. He didn't even need a creature. He can Sandblast Source to win the game. That's going to be it. Ed will be defeated here. And there's a Royal Duck as well. Sudden death will go to Ryan, who does win this game, set, and match with 5 minutes remaining in the tournament. Ed just drew some cards. I think that should be game. Looks like Zach won his game over here against Nick, making Zach 2-1. And yeah, that'll be it. Good game to all these players here. They all played so wonderfully today. It's a shame we had to do sudden death, but rules are rules. And kudos to Ryan. He did a great job today. And we will be joining players in Voice Chat 1 to hear the awards ceremony today. Judge will let me know when to join him momentarily. And I will be joining that room now.
Big oof.
And we're currently sitting in Voice Chat 1 to celebrate the results of the tournament and, of course, this amazing Gen Con weekend. All of you currently watching, I thank all of you for joining us throughout this journey. These last 4 days as we attempt our first online tabletop simulator tournament and live stream.
Alright, C5 of you guys, we're waiting on 3 more.
And that, of course, was Jake, one of the creators of Existence Games. As we're all crowding into the voice chat to celebrate these players for a job well done. Once again, as a reminder, they will receive 3 times the normal organized play points, as well as any secret rares they pulled, 4 booster packs, among many other prizes. We're still waiting for one player who may have gotten lost.
I'm here.
Alright, awesome. Just gonna make sure the commentator has these final standings as we announce. So give me like 10 seconds.
Right.
Alright, can everybody hear me? Yes, alright. We're gonna go ahead and announce the final standings, and we're gonna announce the prize structure breakdown for today's booster draft. So, in first place today. Oh, okay. We're losing some people. Okay, we're gonna wait for everyone to get back in the room. It looks like some people dropped from the room, so we're gonna get them back in table 1. Oh, that's fine. Okay, guys, here we go. So the final standings for today's booster draft. Join me in giving a couple of cheers, shouts, and round of applause for our champion, Ryan J.
Woo!
Woo! All right, Ryan is 3-0 in first place. In second place, 2-1 today. Give it up for Ed B.
All right.
Woo! Third place, give it up for Zach C. Also going 2-1.
Woo!
In fourth, give it up for Phoenix R. Going 2-1.
Yeah.
Fifth place, Nick J. 1-2.
Hey, Nick.
Sixth place, Alex P. 1-2. Seventh place, Brian 1-2. And last but certainly not least, Dan A. Woo!
All right.
All right, so today you guys are getting your 4 sealed Dimension That Disappeared booster packs and the 20 card energy deck mailed out to you guys. We're also going to be distributing 3 additional sealed prize booster packs to first, 2 additional sealed packs to second, 1 additional sealed pack to third place. Plus, you guys are getting any secret rares and foil energy drafted in real life. We're also going to give you all 6 promo cards distributed during today's draft. So again, with those prize packs, you might actually pull more secret rares. We're also going to be mailing out artist signed cards and raffles at random. So again, it's a 3 times multiplier today, guys. We're going to be adding yesterday's event and today's Gen Con event. So within the next 24 to 48 hours, you can expect the OP rankings to be updated. Thank you guys again so much for choosing to join us for our official Gen Con events. It means a lot that you decided to spend your time playing with us today. So thank you guys so much. Give yourselves a round of applause.
And real quick, since we do have our champion for today, Ryan, in the tabletop simulator room. Ryan, you get the honors of flipping our Exodus table. Go for it.
How do I do this, Nick? Because it's grayed
You
out.
see a giant table
Yeah, I
flip
don't have
button right at the
breakfast.
top.
Yeah, it's all grayed out for me. Oh.
Go ahead and try it now. Try it now. Yeah!
Alright.
Awesome. Thank you guys.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winners.
Thanks, Exodus Games. You guys are awesome.
Thank you, Jacob.
Oh, you guys are awesome. All right, we'll be announcing the pairings on our general Discord channel as well, so everyone can see and congratulate you guys. Talk to y'all later. Thanks, and have a great night.
And there you have it, everyone. That is the conclusion of Gen Con 2020. I hope you enjoyed these streams. They were a great time. Once again, just to reiterate, the final rankings of today's tournament, it was Ryan J in first with 3 wins, 0 losses. Ed, second place, 2 wins, 1 loss. Zach, 2 wins, 1 loss. Followed by fourth place, Phoenix, 2 wins, 1 loss. Fifth place, Nick, 1 win, 2 losses. Sixth place, Alex, 1 win, 2 losses. Seventh place, Brian, 1 win and 2 losses. And lastly, in 8th place, we have Dan, 0 wins and 3 losses. Congratulations to all these players. You all did a great job. Thank you so much for everyone who joined us today, yesterday, the day before, and the day before that. This has been Rollin' Right. I've had the pleasure of being your commentator these 4 days. Absolutely a great time. I appreciate all of you joining me. I hope you enjoyed being here and watching these videos. If you're watching them, maybe post-mortem on YouTube. Make sure you like and subscribe to Existence Games to potentially check out some more of these live streams or other Exodus TCG gaming videos. I hope you all have a great rest of your Sunday and your weekend. Once again, this has been Rollin' Right, signing off. See you later.